Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 15-part video series showing you how to create a church. Let's get started. So to start, let's click on a new architecture template. So click on New and then scroll down right here and choose Architecture Template. We're using a metric template. And then our units, if you type in UN, it is on millimeters. So now we start off at level 1, which is the default. And then we're going to type in GR, which is architecture. And then here is the grid line. So GR is the keyboard shortcut. So we're going to start off, type in GR. Now you'll be able to add in the grid line. And we click on below first and going above. You make sure that this is in 90 degrees. So we created our number 1. Now what we need to do is we need to copy the number 1 and then we need to create multiple copies so that we could add in multiple grid lines. So here I press escape multiple times and then select the grid lines again. So I'm gonna select the grid line and then you could type in CO or you could click on copy command under modify. So CO and then here it will create another dashed line around it saying that it will be copied. So it's basically symbolizes that it will be copied the whole thing. So here you just need to click on multiple so that we can add multiple. If your constraint is check, you need to uncheck that. So now you need to grab it from here and pull it on the right side. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna zoom out and I'm going to put it on the right side like this. It's because I'm planning to add in multiple grid lines and I'll be adding it just like this. So I'm gonna type in the first one will be 4129.82 or you could just put in this. So 4129, next will be 3889, next will be 5939, and then so on and so forth. We're going to add in more grid line. 3880, 5699, 4129, and then I have my copy on the right side of my screen. That's why I need to review everything that I'm doing. So next thing is 2589, 4609, 2150. Press enter. And then we're about to finish with the 11th and 12th. So the 11th grid line will be 1200 and 6899. So I'm happy with this. Now we could just click on escape and then escape again. So we're finished with the vertical grid line, as you can see. Now we're going to add in our horizontal. So for our horizontal, we started with numbers, and as you can see, Revit is smart enough to make it in sequence. But now we're gonna add in our horizontal grid line. So I'm gonna click on grid again, or GR for short. Click on the right side going to the left side. So once you click that, press escape and then escape again. You need to zoom in and then click on the grid bubble. So double click on that, and then here we need capital A, and then once we start adding grid lines again, it will sequence it on letters. So now press escape and then escape again, select that grid line, and then you could type in CO. That's for copy command under modify. You need to grab it again and then pull it down. So we're pulling it down now, and similar to what we did, I'm gonna pull it down all the way down so that I just need to keep on typing. So the first thing that we're gonna type is 6007 2227, and then I'm gonna pull up my record here. It will be 6072, and then we have 12080, enter, and then we have E, F, and G, that is 4544, and then here for the G, I just need to double check this. For the G, it's 2064, and then press enter. So next thing I'm gonna do is I'm going to add a grid line onto the left side. This is where the hexagon shape will be. So I'm gonna grab number 1 grid line, and then I'm gonna click on copy, grab it and pull it on the left side. I'm gonna type in 10417, and then another one would be 9976. In terms of the letters and numbers, I'm going to leave it at J and K. The reason for that is so that we could differentiate the area right here. So even though we change, or we have a sequence of numbers for the vertical and letters for the horizontal, it doesn't matter. So because the most important is the location wise and how you position it, and how you be able to show the area with different people. So how they will be able to read your plan. So that's the most important thing. So here, now that I have this, I'm going to select all of this so that I could basically move it out and clean it up properly. So actually, I'm just gonna escape, click one of this. This dashed line will indicate that you'll be able to move them all together. The reason that the F and G didn't, it's probably because it's not leveled with them. So at least now we'll be able to fix it. So I'm gonna pull it out all the way on the outside. Right here we have the vertical, and then we're gonna pull it down like so. I like adding some space right here so that we could add in our dimensions right here, and then we're gonna pull it more around here. So I'm happy with this. I'm going to select my elevation tag and then just move it around right here so that it will show everything of all the models. This one is good, and then this one we need to move it out a bit, so we're gonna move it right here. If you want your dimension to be, or your grid bubble to show on the other side, what you have to do is you need to individually select them and then check the nick there. So just check it out. and it's a good thing so that you'll be able to see everything, and it won't be hard enough to read. So here I'm just checking everything. Okay, almost there. And then here we have an overlapping. If you want to show them properly, you can click on this add elbow. You'll be able to bend this now, and you'll be able to control how it bends. So that's a way of fixing everything that is overlapping. So here it will be overlapping as well. Click that, add elbow, and then just have it like that. So that's nice. Let's add in our dimension. So you can type in DI or that icon right there. Most of the time it's above here, but I just put it here so that everybody can see it. So now I'm just going to add dimension on all of my grid line. So add dimensions right there, and then an overall as well. Add dimensions right here, and obviously an overall as well. There we go. So after this, let's go to our south elevation, and then here we're gonna fix this. So we need to select one of them and then pull it out on each side, and then here as well, pull it out. And then here our level 1 to level 2, we have it at 4,000. We're gonna change this to 6,000. And then from here you can select level 2, and then you can click on copy or type in CO for copy command. And then here you just need to drag it up, and then here we could type in 8,000. So here 8,000, we just need it all the way there. Pull it up, and then now CO again. Let's add in another 2,000. So we could put 2,000 again, and then that's at 10,000. So we have level 1 to 2, 6,000. Add another 2,000, and then another 2,000. So our highest point is at level 4, which is 10,000, and that will be in the church hall or the sanctuary. So now let's go back to level 1, and as you can see, those levels are not appearing here. To fix that, what we need to do is go to our view and then click on floor plan, and then here we have level 1 and level 4. Press OK on that, and then now it will appear right here. We're going to use level 1 the most because we're going to add all our walls first into our floor plan. We're gonna add it from level 1 to level 2, and then from there, once we add all the walls, we're going to edit or select that wall again so that we could pull it up to the desired height that we have. Okay, so now let's go to our architecture, and then we could click on our wall, or you can type in WA. So once we're in our wall, we're gonna use a 200 millimeter generic wall. I know in newer Revit, like Revit 2022, 2023, they don't have the generic anymore. So you can choose one of this, and then from here you just need to edit type and then duplicate that. Here you can type in exterior wall number 1, press OK, and then click on edit. We just need to delete all of them except for these 3. These are the corner boundary and whatever we add here, and this is basically the structure. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm going to delete all of those layers, and then here as well delete that, and then obviously this one is grayed out. This is grayed out as well. Once you click it, it's not something that you will be able to delete. Now we could just put in 200 right here and the material that we want to. I like using gypsum wallboard for my initial wall material, just because it's white, it's easy to see, and I like using something white on this. So gypsum wallboard. Obviously you can change it if you want to. The function is, yeah, just take it with structure 1. It's something that you decide which one of this is the most appropriate for your design, but for now we're gonna make it basic and just structure number 1. Press OK and then OK again. Now we're gonna start off by adding a wall from number 1 to number 2 grid line. But here I'm gonna add a grid or a wall, the same wall, exterior wall number 1, from here to number 2 and going. So again, we're at letter A. Before we go, I think it's easy if I go down first from A2. So let's go down there from A2. I'm gonna type in 2698. So now at least we have that wall, and then I want to touch number 1. After that, we're at A2, and then this one, let's go around 7. A7, and then we're going to go down just a little bit around 900, and then here just hit the 8 grid line and go up to A8 again, and then after that go up to the 9th grid line, A9, and then going down again. For this one, let's go down up to F. So F9, and then here after 8, 9, F9, let's go hit number 4. So number 4 grid line. So from F4 and then go back and go down to grid line G4. After that, I want you to go to 2, and then from here we're going to add in walls again, but we just need to wait for once we add the hexagon right here. So for the hexagon, let's start off. So we have the walls already, exterior ones right here. We can type in, you can select that and type in CS. That's create similar. Basically whatever that you already have here, it's easy to just type CS because it will let Revit know that I want to use that again. So what I want you to do is go to D1. So here is our D1. So click on that. I want you to click up to Jack C. And then now we're going to KD, and then going down to E, and then here we're going to G again. So just connect it from the G and then go back here to E1. So it's easy to coordinate with you guys knowing that we have this coordination right here. So that's why it's very important to set up your grid lines properly. After this hexagon, let's finish this off. So CS again, and I just want to add it from the middle of this wall. So we're going to add this, and what I want is to just have, so I'm gonna give you my coordinates. It's, let's put it at 60 degrees and then just around 8,000, 60 degrees and 8,000, and then now connect it to G2. So now everything is connected. We have our hexagon, and then here we're going to finalize this. So we already set up this, and then we're going to just connect it from the midpoint again. So we're just gonna look for the midpoint to make it easy for everyone to follow. So we have all of this. Now I'm gonna pull this out because this will be an interior wall, and we're going to extend that one later on with a interior wall. So you want to make sure to be extra careful not to move it around too much like that. So now we have our exterior walls ready, and in the next video we're gonna continue working on this using interior wall, and then hopefully we'll be able to finish everything. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 2 of this church. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to set up our grid lines and then our levels. We also continue working on our wall. We started adding the exterior wall. Now we're gonna continue working on this, and we're going to extend some of this to interior wall. So now let's click on wall, and then from here we could add in, we're gonna edit this to our interior wall. So we're gonna duplicate this first and change this one to interior wall number 1. we're gonna maintain the 200, and we're going to just leave it at gypsum wallboard. I'm doing this so that we could differentiate the interior wall from the exterior wall. And once we're ready to think of what we're gonna add here, or what's the material is gonna be, then we're going to deal with it later on. So now I'm going to extend this part and then click it right here so that we could add in our interior wall. So here I'm going to go all the way right here. So that's from D1 up to D9. Again, we're going to do this. We're going to click it from here up to this corner, which is 1E, and then from 1E going to E9, we're going to select that. So basically, we're going to create all of this. We're going to add offices right here, and then this will be the sanctuary, this will be the foyer, and then we're going to add a vestibule right here. So the foyer area is where people will get a chance to go to different parts of the church, where you could go to the offices, washroom, and everything. This is where the sanctuary will be, where the seating, we have seating here, benches, and then the altar will be. We will close this off, so basically we could have this wall. So we're gonna add a wall from D, this will be D2 up to DE, and then we're going to add a door here that is collapsible, so that you will be able to extend the foyer, the sanctuary, to the foyer, so people can still have and can be standing up and will be able to hear the mass as well. So that's our plan. Here we're going to connect this wall. So connect this wall up to D2. So that's connected already. We're going to have this one. This will be going to be R, one of the offices. So this will be another room, and then from this we could extend this one. This will be our corridor, so we'll be able to have this one open up. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to select from B2, so I'm gonna click on this, and then we're going to go up to B8, and then here again we're going to have, so select that CS, this will be C2 going to C8, and then here we're going to have this one open like so. So this will be a corridor right here and a corridor right there as well. So now we're carefully adding all this space. We're gonna have this one opening so that we could exit outside, and then here we could go inside right here. So we're going to set up all the walls right now. This will be a general office. We're going to have the pastor's office right here. This will be, I'm gonna click on this one, and I want this one to be around 7,500. 7,750. So that's the plan. 7,750. That's our space right here. And then now we're going to have, so we're going to select that CS again. This will be for our kitchen here. Obviously we need a kitchen. This will be from C4 up to D4, and then this will be C3 up to D3. So we're going to have that wall right there. This will be the washroom area. I'm going to divide this. I'm also going to extend this one a little bit because we need more room. This will be, I'm gonna pull this one. I want it to be at least 2000 from the number 4 grid line. And then this one, you just need to pull it at least in the middle. So in order for us to do that, I'm gonna select this wall like so, like that, and then click on equal. So that's easy to do. At least you'll be able to equal this room or this washroom for both sides. So I'm just gonna delete that and then cancel. Delete this and then press OK. So now this one, this is extended right here. We will have our storage as well, and then our mechanical and IT as well. So for here, I'm just going to copy the same width as with this one, and then this will be our mechanical room and then our IT room. CS, just divide this one in the middle. So mechanical, IT, and then this will be our general storage or our storage itself. This will be council room and then prayer room. So CS, I'm going to have this one right here, and then select that, grab it from there. This will be around 5150. So 5150 from this grid line. This is the D grid line. So I'm happy with that. And then we have rooms here. This will be an open area. We can also pull this out if we want to. We're gonna add a wall opening. So it's up to you how you like to showcase this. I think for now we're just going to pull it out so that we basically have access to this area. So I'm good with this part. Let's go down to the other part. Before that, let's add in our vestibule. This will be the opening for our main entrance. I'm going to add this one first and then give you guys the measurement afterwards. So this one is around 3500 from the wall. I'm gonna select this one as well, and then I'm gonna move this one right here, 3500 as well. And then here's, I'm going to select that. Let's put this one as 2500 now. So now this is our vestibule. So our main entrance. And then now let's go to the other side. Select that, CS, and then we're also going to have universal washroom. Even though we have washrooms now, we need universal washroom. In our day and age, it's something that is needed. We'll also have a nursery area. So nursing area, this is around 3000, and then close it off. And then we have a nursery area right here. We can extend this one all the way right here, and then we'll have our universal washroom right about here. This is around 3500, and let's just close it off like that. So this is 3500, and then just close it off from the F grid line right here. And then we have a kitchenette right here. So the kitchenette, it's around 6500. So sorry, 6500. And then we will have some offices here, and then another access to go outside. So office, and then another access to go outside. So basically we're gonna have some doors right here. We also going to have some access here as well. So another atrium right here. So now we forgot to save this, so just save it to the location that you want to. So I'm gonna click save. So right here I'm gonna put church first, and then here before you click save, click on option. So here, depending on how many backup do you want, I'm gonna choose 5. If you're intermediate, that's 5 is good enough. If you're beginner, you can leave the 20, or you can make it 10. It doesn't matter. Or if you wanted just 1, you could just click put 1 there. So depending on how confident you are, at least every time it saves, first it will save 5, and then after that it will override the last one, or the oldest one that you have. So it will keep on circulating like that. So I'm happy enough to put it on 5. I feel confident that if ever anything happens, I could go back to the previous save part. So now I'm gonna click on save, and then next thing we're gonna do here is we're gonna click on, or we're gonna tag the room. So here we have this tag room. Click on that under architecture. So now click on that. So click on the room, not the room tag, and then here we'll be able to add in the room names on each of one of this. So right now I'm just adding on the room. I think it's good that we could add this first so that we could differentiate the rooms. So here I'm gonna add it like that. And then here we could just put corridor right here. So now this is the sanctuary. And then here atrium 1, and then we have atrium 2. Here's the nursing room if you have kids. You can breastfeed, and then we have nursery. And then we have universal washroom here. And then we have kitchenette here. And then we have some meeting room number 1. And then we have another meeting room number 2. This will be our foyer. And then this will be our vestibule. Above here, we can put like a cafeteria right here. And then we also have men's washroom, women's washroom, and then here's our mechanical room, IT, storage, and then we have general office here, and then here's our pastor's office, council room, and then we also have a prayer room here. Let's add in the corridor. We can put corridor 1. And then corridor 2 here. So I'm happy that we were able to tag all of this. I want to do the next thing, and then let's add in our doors. So we need to go to insert, load family. We're gonna load doors here from our residential. We have exterior doors, and then we also have interior doors right here. For our exterior door, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to choose the double door right here. So I'm gonna click open, and I'm just going to choose up to 18. So 18, and all of them are 2000 millimeters height. Okay, click open, and then click OK, and then you can type in DR now. So DR, that's for door, and we'll be able to add in multiple doors right now. So the exit should be going outside. So in case of fire, the orientation should be like this. So I'm gonna add it right here and to this area as well. So that's how it should be, the way the orientation is. We're also going to add in a door right here, so double doors as well. We could move this one out. We're gonna leave that open, and then here as well. and then obviously you want the same separation from here as well. So actually, let's just leave it like this. And then here we also have our openings right here. In terms right here, we're going to add the special doors that you can retract in order to be able to access or continue this one and open it to more people. So that's something that we could do later on. I believe we have it right here, so I'm gonna look for it and then I'm gonna add it to the link. So it's probably gonna be the second link. You'll be able to have all the extra families, and one of them will be the parametric folding door. You'll be able to download that, and then let's load it here into our drawing. So here, once you have this, it's loaded right here, and we'll be able to add it from here. And then as you can see, it's easy to manipulate. So you'll be able to extend this width. So the width right now is 5,000. Let's make it around 7,000. And then you'll be able to change the height as well, depending on how high we have it here. So it's easy at least to be changed here. Number of panels, you could change that to maybe 6. As you can see, we have it right here. It's easy to manipulate, so you just need to work on this. Let's probably have this. Let's have 2 of this instead of having 1, so that it's easy to have. So let's make them 5 each. So 5,000 each, and then around 6. So I want it to be having on the other one side, and then obviously I want another one going on the other side. So here I'm just going to notch this. We're still going to have a middle support, and then I'm just going to flip it on the other side. So now we have this. It's easy to manipulate, it's easy to have, and then we have this opening right there, and then we could change this to being closed or open. So here you could be able to do that if you wanted to be closed and open, and you'll be able to change the angle opening. So if we put it on 0, it will look like that. It's closed like that. So I'm just gonna undo that for now, and then leave it like this so that it looks like it's an opening like that. Another thing is I'm going to add this one as well onto this side. We're going to have an opening there as well. Right here we could have this one turning this side, and then as you know, we have this one opening as well. So I'm just gonna open it like that. So let's leave it like that for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 3 of this church. Let's get started. So in this video, we're gonna continue working on part 3. And the previous video, you were able to add all the room tags and then we added some doors, which is the exterior door, and then we also added this parametric door right here. And then now we're gonna continue working on this. We're going to add in the doors, and then we need to go to insert, load family, and then we're still in the residential doors, and then we're gonna choose one of the doors right here. I'm gonna choose this one, the 2-panel wood interior. So we're gonna click open, and then here we're going to select all the 2000 millimeters, so which is right here, and then up to 900, I believe. And then the others, we're not gonna choose that, so we're just gonna organize it. We want everything to be at 2000 height. So now that we added it, we could go to architecture, and then you could even type in DR, and then we'll be able to add a door. We're gonna maintain probably around 800 for the width, and then here we're going to add the doors right here. You can flip it by pressing on the space bar, and then here we're going to have it accessible on this side and also on the other side. So it's something that is accessible on the both sides. And then from here, I want this one to be accessible only on this side, and then here on this side. And then the general or the storage, we could have it on this side. And then here the prayer room, and then here on the other side. The pastor's room, I want it to be accessible onto this side, and then the general office. And then here we could add in a double door as well, so that we could have access outside here. So in that sense, I'm just gonna select this and CS, and I'll just put this one double door right here. And then here, select that CS, so that we could add in the doors for this meeting room. And then here, kitchenette, and then the universal washroom. And then obviously we need access right here, and also a double door right here as well. So I'm gonna select that CS, and then I'm gonna add a double door right here. And then I want both access on this universal washroom as well. So that's looking good. I'm just checking that everything is accessible. I want to see if I'm missing on something. You could access here. We have access right there. We have exit on this side and that side. And then we could even have, I think this is overkill if we're gonna add another access here or exit here. I think I'm happy with this. So as you remember, we didn't set the top constraint for this side, because I want to explain something to you guys, that I want this to be tall. This is the highest that we set, so I'm gonna set all of this to the highest top. So here it's unconnected, but I'm going to set it to level 4. So if you think about it, it's easier to set everything first. So I'm gonna select everything, let's select invisible to the view. So I'm gonna select everything first, interior to level 2. Okay, and then here select all of this to level 2 as well. I think that's the easiest way. And then now this one will go up to level 3. So it will be inclined like that. So what I need to do is I'll probably need to divide this. Okay, so now this is level 3. This is level 3 as well. And then here, this will be the highest, level 4. Okay, so here we could put this one at level 3. It will connect to that part, and then this is the highest that we have. So we will have that. It will be a very steep roof. This will be going down right here, and then the only thing that we need to fix is this one. So we just need to fix that. So let's go back here. We need to divide them. So here, SL, I'm going to click it right there and click it right here. So I just want this one to be selected. I think the best way is do the one with gap, not the regular slice. So here we have split with gap, because what you want is a separation, a complete separation. So now you can pull it out and join them, and then here as well, split with gap. And then unjoin them. Now you can unjoin them, remove constraint, and then now I just want this one to be all the way to level 3. And then here I could just trim this out and then trim this out. I want to see it. This one I'm going to trim this, and then now we just need to join them all together. So now join this, remove constraint, and then now it will be fixed. So now everything is connected like that. So I'm happy with this. I know that everything will be inclined from this point. I might have to make this one all the way up so that everything is aligned, and then from here everything is going down. So I think that's an idea as well that we could create here. So at least you're seeing how it is forming and the idea that I want to set here. So we have levels that create those. Obviously we have the top. I probably want the top to be I want this to be, what do you call this, a flat roof, up to here. So just imagine up to here it's going to be flat roof, and then from there there will be connecting, and then this will be slanted like that. So it will look nice. Doesn't look modern, but it will look nice, and it's a chance of us working on slopes, roof slope, so that will be good. So next thing I want to do is to insert some furniture and fixtures. So here, let's go back to insert, load family, and then go back here to the main. And what I want to do is to go to the plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then here we're going to add in some sink. So I'm just looking for our vanity sink. Let's use the square or the round. Press open. Here I'm going to go to our men's washroom and women's, and we also have a universal washroom. So CM. Let's add some sink right here. And you want to space it out so that you have enough room. So what I want to do is maybe just delete them for now. I want to copy it properly. Okay, now I'm just going to select all of them and then nudge it in place. And then here I'm just going to use mirror command, or you could just click here right here and then put it on the other side as well. So at least we have that one already there. CS here, we're going to add it to the washroom right here, to the universal washroom. I'm going to add this one right about here, and then we're going to have this one all by itself. We're going to use the annotate, detailed line, and then thin lines so that we could create our top like so. And then here as well, we're going to do the same thing to represent the top. And then here you can select and then click on tab so that you will highlight everything that you did for the line, and then you could just click on the mirror as well. So an easy way to do that. Here we could just move this one from the side for now, and then let's go back to insert, load family, and then go back here. We have your unirals, and then you could just put in the 2D. And then for the men's washroom, we have it right here, CM. The most used part is right here, so we need to add this one, unirals right here. And then obviously you want to space it out properly. Okay, and then from here we could actually create our divisions, and then we will have our sink right here as well. So here, load family, go back, and then water closet. We could add in our domestic right here. 2D is good enough. CM, and then we could just add this ones, and then we're gonna space it out. We could just leave this part right here, and then actually I'm gonna select this one, CS, and I'm going to add a wall right here so that we have divisions. This one we could just pull it out so that we could see everything from here, and then here we could just create this division right here, and then we could just have everything properly like that. And then from here we can select that, edit type, duplicate. This will be for our toilet division or panel. Press OK, edit, thickness 50, and you could put whatever materials you want, and then here just add that toilet. Toilet paneling. Obviously we could just move this one more to maximize the spacing. I think that's perfect. CS, or we could just copy this so that we have a nice division. And then obviously you just need to add the door, so we could just represent this one as a door for now. 600, and then there we go. And then what we could do is select all of this, even the door. So hold on your control and then click on shift so that to highlight that. Control this wall as well. I want to select this wall, and then click on mirror as well. So here, double tag the room. Let's delete these tags. We don't need this. Delete the room, and then delete this room. So now we could just add the room text for the washroom again, women's washroom. Okay, so let's just leave it like that for now. Delete this, extend this, and then copy this CO and to that corner. And then obviously you want one that is big enough for disabled. So here, CS, let's add it right there. Flip this one on the other side. And then here, probably we could delete one of them so that we could have for disable as well. So that's proper. And then we're gonna do the same thing right here on the other side. So we could just add this one right here. So universal washroom, and then here we could have this one as well. And then after that, they need privacy as well. So I'm gonna add this one right here on the corner. I think that's more proper. So even though it's a universal, and then add in the door, and then obviously we will need some spacing here, and that looks nicer. So here we're just gonna pull this back, and then there we have it. We have our washroom done, our women's and men's, and then our universal washroom right here. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this church. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in all the interior doors, and then we also finish up the men's washroom, women, and then the universal washroom. Now we're gonna continue working on this, and as you can see, our room tags are overpowering. So what you can do so that it will look dull and it won't be overpowering when you're looking at the drawing is to type in VG, so that's visibility graphics, and then once you type that, look for room tags. I believe it's under annotation, so let's see if it's under annotation. If not, we could just double check the model category. So here room tag is right here, and then here you just need to click on the halftone. So check that, click apply, and as you can see, it will dull out. So here, let's double check. We need, so actually that one is the roof tag. It should be the room tag. Click apply, and there you go. At least now it's not overpowering. In terms of scaling, we could scale it up later on. Once we do that, it will become smaller. So it changes depending on the scale and the settings that you created. So now we're gonna continue adding furniture. So in sanctuary, for sure there's a, like, we need to add in the floor as well, but at the same time we're going to add in the staging here. So now let's go insert again, load family, and let's go back to the main, and then let's look for furniture, and then here let's look at the seating. Here in seating, let's look for our bench, So here, as you can see, we don't have a seating that is similar to the church seating, which is just a wooden seat. What we can use for now is probably this sofa. It looks like the way the church's seating are. So here I'm just gonna click open, CM, and then let's add it around here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna lay out using annotation where the staging will be. So here I'm just going to have it around like 45 degrees from here, and then I'm gonna mirror that and then connect them again. Select that, CS, and then connect. So this will be my stage. It will be with a stair, and then I'm going to add in the rows of chairs here, or benches. So I'm gonna grab it from here, and most of the time it looks like this one. So we're going to put rows of 2 for now. Maybe we could add the one here on the side as well. So I'm going to select that, CS, and then change the orientation depending on this view right here. So I rather have it on the way this one rotates here, so that I could simply add it in the corner, 2 rows as well. So I'm going to align it right here, and then put this one, copy, and obviously I'm going to clean this up later on. So I'm gonna do this, 2 rows. I'm gonna keep on copying this. Let's see around 1500 if it's more than good enough for the spacing. $1,500 again, and then so on and so forth. I think that's good enough, and then we're going to do it on the other side as well. CS, just hover it here, depending on what the angle this one, it will copy it as well. So AL, and then nudge it in place, AL. I just want it to be exactly there, and then just pull it a little bit right here, and then copy CO and copy it right there. Just want to double check again. I'm just clicking that, moving it. So that's good. Select both of them and then copy it. And then again, 1500. So I think I double this one. This one's good. And then copy it. And then now, not sure what happened here, but I'm just going to move it for now. AL. And then just aligning them. It happened here as well, so it's basically we need to fix that and just clean it up later on. So here I like this, the way the spacing goes. I'm just going to pull it forward a little bit and then copy. Just simply like that. And then now copy both of them by holding on shift. So shift, and then once I create this rectangle, I take it off and then it will select it. I'm doing this, so holding on the shift and then creating this this big window. It's because so that I don't when I start doing that, it doesn't select the things that I don't want. So if I just do this, as you can see, you'll be able to select that. So at least you have the power of unselecting stuff as well here. So here I can just remove that and then I can select. Now I'll grab it from here and then do the 1500. So I'm just gonna move it all the way at the back like that, and then make sure multiple is checked. 1500. You can obviously use array here if you want to, but I'm just in the mood of adding it manually. I think this is good enough for this one. And then we could add benches again at the end. So CS, let's put this one right about here and then just move this one. AL, and then here we could just move it right there. Oops, it's obviously not gonna work like that. So I'm just gonna put it like that, CO, and then so that we could just keep on adding it at the ends like this. Okay, around here probably let's remove this and doing it on the other side as well. Obviously the spacing is horrible here, but we could basically work on this, something like that, similar to the ones on the other side. And we need to extend this as a little bit as well. So here I'm just going to add this like so, and then copy CO, yeah, why not? Let's add this one. Obviously you can space it properly if you want to, but I just want to show you guys how I will do this. I think the best thing is to have this one squared so that we could extend this part. I think it will be much better. We can even have space here to walk, not only right here, but only on this side as well. I think we could do this. We could have one. As you can see, we just need to remove one right here. We can still have more spacing here. So copy that, and it will look like that. As you can see, much better. We can maximize the area basically. And here, same thing we're gonna do. We're going to move it a little bit to have that spacing right there for people to walk to. And then we're going to add right here. So that looks much better. I like how it looks. What we can do is we can move this one a little bit onto this side. I like how the spacing goes, and I believe people will be able to move it around. And then here I noticed that I was careless enough that I changed this panel, so I'm just gonna change it back to interior wall. So that's not a big deal. I want to see the 3D again, and I want to pull this one up. That's correct, and everything else is below that, so that's good. Next thing that I want to focus on is the kitchenette and the cafeteria. I want to add in some stove, kitchen, sink, and those kind of stuff. So here, load family, go back. Let's go to plumbing first, architecture, fixture, and then here we have some sink, and then we have kitchen right here. Let's use this, open CM, and we're going to add right here something, and then we're going to load in some of our fridge. So go back, and then we have specialty equipment, and then domestic, and then here we could add in some of our fridge. So let's add this CM. I usually don't like that tag, so here I'm gonna select that, click on edit, and then uncheck show label AL. So we're going to add in storages here, and then some of those as well, some top, And then here in this kitchen, oh, sorry. So I'm just gonna, don't save it because I mistakenly click on edit. And then I'm going to add in this double oven CM. I want it to be beside this, and then select that, click edit type, and then uncheck show label. And then here, so in terms of how I'm gonna show the kitchen, the most thing that I want to focus is the design of the building. So I'm just gonna use annotate to design or to showcase the countertop, because it's not something that we need to focus on, and then more on the design of the building. So here I'm just gonna showcase this, and then we're going to add in more of the countertop. We need to showcase that we have a kitchen, and this is a fast way of adding those information. So we have an island, and then at least they could set up everything here. They could do their thing, and also in this cafeteria as well. So CS, I'm just going to add this, and then we could have another fridge here, another oven, microwave combo, and it's just a fast way of adding those. And then here, select that CS. We could select the rectangle, and then this will be the look, just a linear. So at least just those information that you can add in order to make it through. And then here we could just add storages right here by showcasing that. And then here storage, we have something good here, so just load. We have, I believe, in our furniture. So just go to furniture, storage, and then we have shelvings here. So this is something that we could just instantly add it right here. So it's very important to have storages. So this is something that we could add instantly. As you know, there's a lot of charity going on in churches. They need all the stuff to store it, especially chairs, multiple chairs, tables, and all those kind of stuff. So here I'm just gonna showcase this. I'm gonna delete one of this, and then move it here so that they could walk around here, and then select copy that. And then we have some storages right here as well. So that's something that they could do. You can basically add more if you wanted to. Okay. And then maybe here, instead of a single door, we could add in double door. So at least we have something that we could add here. and then we're gonna continue working on this on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 5 of this church. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in more furniture. We finished off by adding the kitchenette and then the cafeteria. We just use annotation just to represent the top, and also we added some benches or sofa to represent the benches in our church. Here we're gonna move this. We're also going to create our real life altar here, so we could just delete this. So you can use tab so that it will highlight all of this and then delete that. And then now what we could do is let's add in our floor first. So let's go back to architecture, click on floor. Here we have the generic floor number and it's 400 millimeters. We're going to edit that, duplicate, and then let's just simply put a name floor number 1 and then press OK. And then let's edit this. I want my thickness to be just 200, and then the material we could put in concrete, something polished, or maybe just masonry unit, or not the masonry unit, just for just a precast for now, something that we could just change later on. And then here what we're gonna do is I'm gonna add it on the inside. So we're going to use pick line, and we're just basically going to add it all around. And then here, so the perimeter of our building, we're just gonna make it simple enough so that we could just add it everywhere. And then obviously we have different materials on different site or area, but just to make it simple for now, let's just add this one. Then obviously we need to trim them. So here TR, so every corners, double check it. If not, it will let you know that this is overlapping or it needs to be connected. So you just need to do your best. If it's just on one try, that's good for you, but if not, it will let you know that you missed something. So I'm happy with this. So at least I was able to do it on my turn, just one turn. So just be careful, and if not, it will let you know. Right now, what I'm gonna use here is just a simple model in place. The reason for that is because I want it to be instant, and I don't want it to be like I'm gonna create a stairs and I'm gonna create a floor and those, so on and so forth. So that's too much work. So here I'll be able to set it instantly. I don't need anything. So here, generic model. This will be generic model number 1. You can click on extrusion, just change this to, sometimes the inside is marble or some sort of stone. So here I'm just gonna use marble for now. And then here let me create, or let me design it similar to what we decided earlier. I just want it to be parallel, and then here I'm going to mirror this and then trim this one. So I think that's good enough for me. I like how it looks, and then now I just need to close it off. If you don't want to do that all the time, you just need to select that using pick line so that you're sure that it's really on that. TR, trim and extend, trim and extend right here. So now the altar looks like this. I want it to be extruded from the floor around 50. So now we're still not done. We're going to extrude again, same thing. Pick this one right there, but we just need to offset this a little bit. 100. Let's see how it looks. Let's do 200. And then let's just trim on this end. Click finish, and then one more. Same idea, same on what we do or what we did, and then just offset this one 200 again. And then TR, trim and extend on the corners right there. And then we could add more. So depending on you and how your stage will look like. And then 200 to offset. So you could basically create this if you want to by using floor, and then in terms of the stairs, you will need to use the stairs again, but that's something that is sometimes it's really hard to use. So it depends on you if you want to do that. So I believe 4 risers is good enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. And looks nice. Obviously you will have your altar right here, the cross in the middle. Hopefully we'll be able to get like a piano organ or something, so it's either left side or right side. You will have the choir, and then probably here where you could have or see the so it's either the sacristan or another priest to help the priest there. So it's usually depending on how they like it to be placed. So now what we can do next is we could add in more furniture. For example, for the pastor, we need some of the furniture right here. So we need a table. override existing, CM, and then as you can see, the pastor's room, he needs, it's too big, but that will be fine because we could basically move this so that we'll have a bigger general office. So I believe this is more than enough to just add for the pastors. So that's something that needed to be done, obviously. So just put it on the 6th grid line, and then here we could just add, and then we could divide this so that we could add the pastor's secretary. Move to room, so this one's, and obviously we have the secretary's door. So CS, and then the pastor, let's move this one right here, and then let's load in some chairs, seating. Let's load this, click open, CM, and then for this one, not the shelving, but we're going to add the desk. So CM, but let's add in the desk right here. We're going to add it like that. Okay, and then here we could just place it right there, and then obviously he needs some chairs on the side right here. We could just do a face off like this, so that's good enough. And then we need the same desk, probably right here, but a smaller one. For the secretary. So that's perfect. And then here in general office, we could add in cubicles. So let's click on that. Let's add in, I know I have some cubicles on my previous project, and then we could just simply add it here. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna load the table for now. We could use this CM. Not sure what happened there. I want to see. Open. Okay, overwrite that. CM. So it will be appearing. This one, this chair, we could add it here in the meeting room. This one is nice if it's circular. The prayer room as well. We can have this type. I want this one to be elongated part. Mechanical room and IT, we're not gonna showcase that, that's too much. Here I want this one to be something that can be opened as well, so that people here can be can see the altar as well. So here I'm just gonna delete that, CS this, and then I'm just going to flip this on the other side like that. So this is something that can be opened as well, and then people have an access to see the priest. So usually a church service for Sunday will be massive for sure, and then most of the time the Christmas time is where people are like, there will be a lot of people going to mass. So Christmas time is the one that probably will use this. So that's good, and then we can load. So here you will need to download. It will be the second link in part 1 description. You will need to download this, all office furniture. This is what I use for my interior office video. So if I were you, this is very beneficial if you want to learn how to do interior. Check that video. So here I'm just gonna load this in, or just open this. So I'm gonna open, so I'm double clicking this. So once you open that, you will have this one open and this one open. From here you can be able to copy this. So what we can have for the small office, probably this one as well. So copy that, Control C, and then Control V. And as you can see, this is nice because we're able to just copy paste those. Obviously for that big office that we have there, we could use this, Control C and Control V right here. Hopefully it's big enough. We don't need to rotate it, but I think we need to rotate it a bit. So just give it some time. So now I'm just gonna place it onto this side first. I want to try and select that and rotate it from here, and then 90 degrees, and then from there we could just drop it here, and then we could just copy paste that. I'm gonna move this so that it's easier, and then maybe I could just mirror it right now to make my life easy. Perfect. Nudge it in place again, and then I'm going to mirror that again, but using this, I'm just gonna mirror it back to back like so. So that's good. We have this big area right here, and it's easy because we don't need to keep on loading furniture. It's already set up for us. Here I want a big meeting table right here. Let's see if we have, well, I could use this one. And then here, copy paste that. So that's good. I'm happy with the way it's looking right now. Obviously nursery and nursing room, we can just leave it like that for now. So here we're just going to check this one if we already have everything that we needed, and I believe that's it. I'm happy with what we have. We could even have something right here, but I think that's more than enough. So I'm just gonna close this, and then if we check, everything is looking complete. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 6 of this church. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish off by adding all the furniture, and as you can see, we have added general office, and we have an open concept furniture system, cubicle system right here, and then we added the pastors and everything else. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just move this room tag right about here so that it's visible, and I'm just going to copy this 4, so CO to copy, and then grab it from here, and then maybe we could add more, so I'm gonna hit multiple for sure, and then I'm just going to put it all the way up here. I think we maximize the space right here, so that's good, and I'm happy with this look. So next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna double check all my levels. So here everything is showing. Level 3, as you can see, the horizontal is not showing, and then here it's not showing the horizontal as well. So level 3 and 4, there's something happening here. So the reason that it's not showing up is because of one of the elevations right here. It's not all the way at the top. So here we're going to investigate. So as you can see, once we pull this up, it will be showing on the levels as well. So here I'm just checking each of the elevation. So now it's south, and then the west I believe is good as well. So here we could just move this one right here, and then move this all the way on here so that to have some spacing. So I'm just gonna double check again that everything is clean enough, and then here if we check level 3 again, as you can see, everything is showing up. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to level 2. The reason that I'm going to level 2 is so that I could see everything right here. You can always come here. We're gonna add the roof. So here I'm just gonna probably go to level 2. I like it here so that I can see each and every one of this. So let's go and click on roof. I'm just gonna close this off. I need to click on the roof instead. Here I'm just going to click on edit type, duplicate, and then here I could just call it roof number 1, and then edit, and then here I'm going to put the thickness to 200, and then in terms of material, let's go and add asphalt. asphalt shingles. Press OK and then OK. I want it with slope, so I'm just going to leave the define slope checked. Here we're going to add it at level 4. So once we add that on level 4, it will be attached to level 4, and then we're going to add a slope afterwards. I want it to overhang around 200 or 300. And then now I'm going to select pick light, and then I'm going to pick the exterior part of this hexagon. Don't worry about the slope angle at the moment, so we're gonna fix that later on. So here, let's trim all the corners to make sure that nothing is overlapping. And then everything is over this line. And then here we could just do it manually. And I just want to do the same here up to the intersection. Once you're done, click on finish, and here it's asking us to end, or it's not basically close. So here we're just going to add one line to connect them all together. So now we're just gonna click finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. We said we want it to be overhang, and then here we have our roof. And if you go to one of the south elevation or the elevation, we need to pull it up so that everything is showing again. And then here you can even select the roof, and you can grab so that you can change the slope. So right now it's 30 degrees. You can manually change it if you want to, but for now I'm just gonna leave it like this. I think this is good enough slope, 30 degrees. And if we see, this one looks nice. We're probably going to add a wall right here in between, and then just putting it above. So here, what I'm gonna do, select level 1, and then let's just grab the exterior elevation, CS, and then here we're going to connect it from here up to here. And don't worry, we're going to go here, and then we could just manually pull it up. So no need to guess. Okay. So now we could even use align tool so that it's aligned to the proper height here. So that looks nice. We can edit this footprint so that we could align it on this corner, so there's no space. And then here once we add the roof onto this part, it will look nicer. So now I'm going to level 2, and we're going to put it to level 3. So now go back to architecture, and then go back to roof, and then here we need to create a new roof. This will be number 2. In terms of the material, it's up to you if you want to change it, but now the important thing is uncheck define slope. That's very important, because this is what we're gonna do here is a flat roof. So now I don't want any overhang, so 0. Uncheck define slope, and then here select this one, pick line, and then we're going to select it to this exterior wall part here. Actually, what I think it's best if we put it in the interior part of this area. And then let's close it off like so. And then here, before you click finish, put this one at level 3, and then click finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. Now it's looking like this. That looks good. We could basically pull it down, so we could base offset, so negative around 400. That's fine, so that we will have a parapet. And then here, what you need to do is select this wall, attach to top base, and then select the roof, and it will fix itself there. Same thing here, select all of this wall, click on attach top base, and then select the roof, and it will fix itself. It will not be over, and it will not show anymore. So now everything is looking good. So I'm just gonna add, I want to increase this size, so I'm just gonna highlight this, and then I'm going to have a top offset, maybe make it 600. I think that's good enough. So now we're going to add a roof again right about here. So let's go back to level 2, and then from level 2 let's go to architecture and then roof, and then I'm just gonna leave it to roof number 2, and we're going to remove this overhang, and then here select this pick line, and then we're going to check again the define slope, and we're going to select the exterior part of this wall. Oops. So let's add exterior part wall. Press escape, TR to trim and extend, which is this icon. After that, as you can see, we have all of them. Define slope 30 degree. That's fine. We could edit the slope later on once we see the look. I believe we should put it around 20 degrees, and then now pick line again, and then here uncheck define slope. Select this wall, and then now we need to clean up. TR again, trim and extend, and then trim and extend right here. Once you're done, you can select finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. So as you can see, it is slope on this side. Select this one, and then we could change the slope instantly right here. So 20 degrees, and it will go down. And then here, select this one. Let's remove this base offset, and then let's increase the top offset for this wall. Let's make it 800. Okay, so everything is connecting, and that looks good. We need to do it on the other side. So go back to level 2, do it again. So go to architecture, click on roof, roof number 2, and then pick line. Define slope is checked, and then here we could just add the exterior part of the wall. I was thinking maybe we should add an offset. Maybe let's do that now so that we don't need to do it. I'm just gonna change this again later on. I just want an offset for the overhang. I want it around 300 offset onto this side. Okay, so now let's clean up. Delete this, TR, trim and extend right here, and then here, there we go. So that is right there. Now click on pick line again, and uncheck define slope, and make sure no offset. So select this wall, and then just trim it again. And then now click on finish, and then select that, and then same thing, 20 degrees slope. And then let's look at it at 3D again, and it looks like this. We need to lower it more because of the slope. Probably 10. So 10 degrees on that side. If it's 20 degrees, it's like that. Maybe what I could do here is I'm just going to edit this, edit the footprint, and instead of that I'm just going to make it work with this. So I'm just gonna trim it and click on finish. I don't want it to be complicated, so I'm just going to put 15 and lower it from here. So you could just grab this one and then lower it. And then here we just need to edit so that we have an offset of 300. So I'm just going to delete this. You can actually just select this. So select all this wall lines or roof line, and then 300. So I'm just going to just redo this and then pick line, offset 300, and then define slope. I think it's much better if we just manually do it. Delete this and then just trim everything again. Okay, and then let's just finish and then change this to 20. And just lower this a little bit. There we go. I just put 19 instead of 20. So that looks good. I like how it looks. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 7 of this church. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add the church. Now we're gonna continue working on this. As you can see, we already added this, but I wanted to have an offset from here. So I'm just going to edit the footprint and go back to level 2. And then here, I'm just going to select all of them and then select it or use the pick line again to select everything, but I want to make sure to add a 300 offset. So I just want to redo that. Okay, just add this one, and then after that TR, which is trim and extend, which is this icon, and you just want to make sure that everything is connected and just click finish. And let's see it in 3D again, and for here we just need to lower it down a little bit. So I just want it to be looking like that, so I'm happy with that. And let's add the one for the entrance as well. So here, go to level 2, and then here let's just add a roof, a basic roof, 200 millimeters. This one is good enough, and let's use rectangle and then uncheck define slope. And then here I'm just going to go over this one a little bit. This will be around, I want this one to be around 7,000, and then here I want it to be, make it 12,000 for this one, and then I just want it to be a little bit in the center. So I'm just playing around and just eyeballing it, and I believe that's good enough. And then click finish, and then let's look at it at 3D, and it looks like that. And obviously we're going to add some posts here. The post that we're gonna use is, it's either an architecture column or just a simple model in place. So it's either or. We could put it on level 1. Let's see if we already loaded some. We have this rectangular post right here, and we could just simply add those right now just to see what it looks like. And as you can see, it looks fine. We could basically just center all of this, and then just nudge it in place. I think that's good enough. So we have this, and then for this one we need to duplicate this to roof number 3. The reason for that is for the material. For now, let's add in a wood type material. Maybe we could just use one of this. Press OK, and then OK. And then obviously we're going to provide or make it look good. So that's good right here. We could play around with this if we want to. If we want to add some depth here, if we want to edit what it looks like. But right now it looks good to me. I'm happy with what we've accomplished here. So the next thing is, here as you can see, it's not showing the doorknob. So just change it off to fine so that it will show. We have this one as all glassed. I want to see if we have two doors with just wood, because most of the church that I know is all wood. So commercial, let's see. So we have this double flushed. So those two are good ones that we could substitute. So this one, let's see if we could just load this. Only the 2000s for the height. So once we load it, I'm just going to select all of this that is showing right here, and then here we could just change it to the double flushed. We were at 1500. Now let's see if we have a 1500, which we don't, but I want to double check that everything is still looking good. It's not overlapping or anything else. So yes, those ones are the ones that I'm gonna use for my exterior now, and this will be the glass which is I'm gonna use for interior part of this, so that we become consistent on how it looks. And then now I want to see our windows, so I want to check here our windows here, and then as you can see we have different kinds right here. We could have this skylight at the top, or this one as well. So it's something that we could look into. And then in the church there's like those stained glass windows. They also have this kind of windows, which is an arc window, so we're probably gonna use that arc window. So let's see the arc window that I saw earlier. That looks really nice, so I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna click on open, and then I'm going to go to my level 1 and then go to architecture and then click on window, which is WN, and then now we just need to add all those windows there's 2 here, 2 beside here, 2 beside here again, and then let's just add it all around here. Let's add 1 there and 2 here. In terms of distance, it's up to you if you want to make it consistent, but I'm just eyeballing it for now. And then here, separate it a little bit, and then let's add 3 here. I just want to check what it looks like. So it looks like something like a church will have. Select that again, CS. There's actually different kinds, but I just want to have what we have right now. We're probably gonna change this windows to a curtain wall, some of them. So here, these are the rooms that we have. We could do a variations of curtain wall and this kind of window. In the pastor, I want 2 of them, and then here I want a whole window and probably on this one as well, the whole window. I could just add one beside each other, and it's really up to you to design, but I think I want to mix it up with curtain wall in this window. Okay, so now let's go to wall and then go to drop down and then curtain wall, and then let's start from here and let's just add the curtain wall right about here. Again, right here I'm going to add the curtain wall right here. Make sure it's inside, so spacebar if it's looking like this, but I want it from the inside. Here we could just add just the top portion right here, and then here we could have it all like so. So it's a mixture of window and without window. And then here let's just add the same one, and then now spacebar on that and all the way right here, and then here as well. And then I'm gonna select that again, CS. Let's create similar. I want to add windows right here, 2 of them, and about right here, 2 of them as well, and the one right here, just separate them, but 2 as well. So at least we have that. Next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna cut geometry. So go to modify, see this cut, select that, so that's cut geometry, and then select this window and then the curtain wall. Select this window, curtain wall, curtain wall, and I believe we're good with this. I'm going to add actually some windows right here, 2 of them beside each other, but not adding anything right here because most of the time this is where the cross, big cross is, or the design of the church is. So I'm happy with this. Let's look at it at 3D so that I could gauge the height of each window. So most of the time I'm just going to have it right about here. I think that's good enough. I'm going to copy the height here, so I'm going to maintain that height all the way around. So I just want to be consistent with the other drawing or other windows. Oops. There we go. And then now I'm going to maintain this height. I'm gonna maintain here this height, but this one is from the kitchen, so I'm just going to have it like that. I'm just estimating the height. So here I'm gonna maintain this height right here. AL, align again. AL. There we go. There we go. So now, next thing that we're gonna do is we're going to just add some curtain grid so that we could just have this one added already. I'm just gonna do it on the midpoint of the curtain wall. So just get the midpoint of each, or probably once you get the midpoint here, I have a situation where I have 1500 each. So if I just divide it by 2 here, it's 1500, around 1500. So I'm just going to make it 3 so that it's around 1000. So you could just do your own thing here. So roughly 1000. Again here. I'm gonna put 3 here, and then here is the biggest. I want to get the midpoint, so 9000 is the midpoint, and we could probably put 1000 each. There we go. And then here, let's just get the midpoint. There we go. So after that, click on mullion, all grid lines, and then here we're just going to use 50 by 65 rectangular mullion, and then select them all together. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 8 of this church. let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in all the windows. Now we're gonna continue working on this. It's because we're going to edit some of the windows, and we're gonna add on to those. So here, what I want to do is add a bigger arc window. So I'm just going to delete some of this, or let's just leave it for now, and then I'm going to load the windows. There are four things that I'm gonna add on this. Probably the church bench, church steeples, and then arch window, and then the organ. So now let's go to level 1. All of this will be available at part 1 description. It will be probably on the third link. So this will be available to you guys. So here I'm just loading on the organ. So here I'm just going to add it right here, and then I'm going to delete all of this, and then rotate it so that it is same rotation as the stairs right here. So at least give it some room. Here will be the organ. Next will be the church bench. So I'm just loading it, drag and drop. So it's already loaded. What I'm gonna do next is select all the benches, and let's see if we could select all of them and then change it instantly by adding those. So I'm just gonna look for the bench. So unfortunately it's not loading. So we're probably just gonna keep it like this for now. But if you want, you can change it. It will be looking like this if you change. So as you can see, we have it at double, and then right here, so it will be bigger than what we have added here. So right now I'm just gonna leave it like this. I like the spacing more, but if you want, you can change all the doubles. And then in terms of the third one, it's up to you to create those ones or edit the block. Next is the church steeples. It's basically the one at the top of the church. I'm gonna load it here in the middle. So once I load it in the middle, what I'm going to do is, so here I'm just assuming that this is the midpoint, and then here I'm going to change it to level 4, and then I want it to be at around 5,000 at the top, and then it will disappear because it goes above here. So it's the steeple is above there now. What we could do now is, so that I'm going to go on to level 4, and then here view range, I want to change this so that we could see it. So unlimited, I want to see the steeples. Level 1, and then level 1. Here we're going to level above, and then change it to 10,000. I just want to see the steeples, but for some reason it's not showing onto my view, so that's why I'm having trouble seeing it. We could change it to how it being viewed, so it should be looking above, looking up. So here it's looking down, but unfortunately it's grayed out because this is a floor plan. It is not a ceiling plan. So here what we could do is we could change this and then do unlimited. Level 4 and then probably 10,000 above. There we go. So now we could rotate it, RO to rotate, and then just move it a little bit. So estimate it in the middle like that. If we see it in 3D, it will look like this. So by just adding the steeples like that, it will look much better. So right now, I'm just going to delete all of this that we don't need, and then just click on level 1 again and 3D again. Now I'm gonna load in the arch window. It's basically looking like this. So I'm gonna put it from this viewport. So here, W. So window, arch window, we're going to add it. So I'm just gonna add it like that for now. And then I'm going to select this windows. And then we're going to change it to that window that we just add. So now it's asking if we should delete it because it's overlapping on some of them. So now that's the fast way of adding those, but still we need to, so I'm just pressing spacebar to change orientation. And then here let's add it as well, and then I'm going to change the height of this. So I'm going to check 5,000 for now. I want it to be looking like that. So it looks much better having bigger windows like this. And then I'm just spacing it out so that everything is looking the same. And then I'm gonna space this out as well. So here I'm going to add another one again. Copy it around here, and that looks much better. And then now I'm going to add in a window or a skyline right here. So windows, I'm looking at this one. So I'm gonna add this one, and then we're going to put it here, CM, or windows first. We need to add it to the right here. So for now I'm going to make this one bigger. So in terms of width, I want to make it 6,000. And then 6,000 width, and then this one should be around 8,000. And then copy this information right here. And then let's move it around here, and then let's look at it, how humongous it is. So let's change it a little bit, so around 4,000 to 6,000. So I think that's good enough. I'm gonna grab it and then copy multiple, and then add, I want a spacing around 600. So I'm just gonna estimate this 6,000. You want to make sure that you're 90 degrees, and then now I just need to select everything so that I could move it for spacing. Attach, and then there we go. If we look at it, we have some openings now here, and it looks much nicer, and it will be showing there inside here. So that's something that we added. Even though it's not showing, at least it's something that you know that some church has, to capitalize on natural light. So next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna add in the fascia. So here under roof, we're going to add in fascia, and we're just going to use the standard or the default. So here you just need to add or select from the top of the roof, and then we need to add it right here as well. So I'm just adding all the fascia, and then right here, and there. And then after that, go to architecture, select the gutter, and then here same thing, we need to select the one at the top so that we could add in our gutter. And as you can see, once you add it, it will automatically connect, and then in terms of the downspout, it's something that we need to add manually. So there we could add so you just need to add it all the way around. And it automatically connects to each other. Okay, so now I'm happy with this. I'm also going to change this window right here to a bigger window. I think that's it is much. I think it's best to add it like that, so that when you enter, you have this humongous windows similar to what we have there, and then here arch window. So we have it added like that, and maybe we could add another height of this. So I believe we have this one, 1200. It is huge, but it's not high enough. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to duplicate it, and then we could put 4000 in terms of height. So here 4000, and then here as well, just change it to the 4000. So now we just need to flip this on the other side. Flip this one as well. We want to make sure that we flip it all throughout. And then I'm thinking of changing this to this size, to this look. Probably I'm going to edit this, duplicate, number 2. This will be 3500. So now I'm going to select again here, and then look for that window. And then go back here just to flip this on the other side. So now it's looking like this. This is checking, this is a roof as well. So we could actually add fascia around here, and then the gutter. There we go. Now it's looking much better. Just moving it a little bit, and then I'm going to add, so I'm going to insert a window that is circular. This one. I'm gonna click on open and then select it, window, and then here we could add it in the middle right here. I want to see if we could change the diameter, so I'm going to duplicate this, and then here I'm going to change this to, I don't know, 6000. This one is too big. I'm thinking of not 6000, so around 4000. And obviously 4000 is too much, so let's do it 2500. And then we could just move it below. So now it's looking like a church. We could CS add it to this one as well. So now it's looking nicely. Sill height is 290, so you need to replicate that so that everything is in line. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 9 of this church. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add the skylight windows. We also added different windows that we got from the internet, and then this will be all available in part 1 description. And then we have organs, and then we also added this the gutter, and then here we also have the fascia. Now we're gonna add in the soffit, because if we don't add the soffit, this will be visible right here, the roof. So now what we're gonna do is I'm just going to select the gutter, and let's just add the material. For this material, I just want to add in a metal material for now. So one of the aluminum, so that once we're ready to send it to Twinmotion, it's already set up with a material and we can just edit from there. So even the fascia, we're going to add a material as well. So for this one, let's do metal as well. And then let's put this one as its material. In terms of this one already has, this one looks like we don't need to, but if we need to, we could just go back here, and then this one should be fine. So now let's click on let's go to our level 2, and then here let's click on roof drop down and then soffit, and then we're going to add it. I'm gonna zoom in. We're gonna add it from here. So this is our wall, so we could add it from this exterior wall to this fascia. So now let's use pick line in order to pick this line. We don't need to worry about the angles and everything like that. So I'm going to add this all throughout this. So here we could just erase this, and then we could just trim it out once we finish with this. Make sure to just click it right here. And then this one, let's delete that, and then let's add, or we could just align it, and then EL, align it to this line, and then put it there. And then now let's trim it, delete this. This is some extra. And then here, most of it's on the intersection. And then this one. and then let's look at it and see where is it not showing. So here we just need to trim it again, and then let's edit type, duplicate this. This will be 100 mm, and then change this to 100, and then material, change it to a metal. One of the aluminums right here would be fine, and then just click finish, and then we have our soffit. It's something that is not visible here, but if we change this to realistic, as you can see, that's our soffit right there. If we check it on the other side that we haven't done yet, here you can see basically the roof right there. So now we need to add the same soffit onto this. So go to level 2, click drop down roof, and then soffit, and then the same soffit that we created, click on pick line, and then from the exterior wall line to this one would be good. Right here, and then just all around. You just need to be patient so that you'll be able to finish this. Here, let's go around this. And then close it off right here. And then trim it. Always check. So unjoin that. Always check all the corners. Those are the ones that goes overlap. And then let's see. So that one, that was easy. There's no error. And then here is the soffit that we added. So now it's looking good. Next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna add a parapet. So the parapet, let's go to level, we could go to level 3. We could add it at the top. Here, click on I think wall. We could add it here. It will be wall sweep, edit, duplicate. This will be parapet. Press OK. Change the profile here to the parapet profile. So we're gonna choose this 300 millimeters, and then change the material. This will be metal material again. Let's use this. Let's use this. Press OK, and then here we just need to add it at the top of this. There we go. And then add it again. You just need to be patient again on adding it on the top. The problem with this is it's giving you those errors. You just need to add it at the top of here. There we go. It will bind it and join it together once you do it properly. and then again right here, and then we're gonna have our parapet there. So here you just need to align them so that it will join as well. So AL, and then here I'm just gonna move it a little bit. So now this one looks like a parapet. So just adding those detailed, it will look nicer. And obviously we need to do it properly. We could add it from here. So here we could add it nicely there. As you can see, the joints are much better by adding those. And that's another detail that we added on our drawing. So the more detail, the better. So here I was just sampling what can we add on our wall. So I'm planning to create sweep line on our wall so that we could have different materials below and above here. So next thing I'm gonna do is I'm going to load an arch door. It will be also included here. So it's gonna be included in the link that I'm gonna provide to you guys, and then it will just look like this. I think it will be nice if we have it on all of our door. So I'm gonna select all this door that is visible, and then I'm going to change it to arch, and then here delete instance, and then we just have some errors onto this. So I'm gonna look into it and see how come it's shifting. So when I add it here, so I think it's much better. Is it better if I just add it? So DI is the door, or just click on the door and then add it from here. So I think one of the issue with this door is, so here I'm gonna select the door, and then I'm just gonna add it like so. So I'm using the 3D here, and then I'm just going to go and double check it later on. And then here we need to pull it up a little bit because we need to move it up a bit. Then here we need to add one as well. So just add it from your 3D and everything will be good. And then once you do, just go back to your level 1 and double check so that it's in the middle. And then there we go. And if you see, it's being consistent with what we're showing here. Arc, windows and doors, and then we have this massive circular windows in front. So that looks perfect. So the next thing is we're going to add sweep. So right now we only have a default profile. What I want to do is create our own profile. So what we can do is we could do it manually using model in place, and also we could do it in using this sweep command using wall. So either or, we could do it like that. So just click on new, family, and then look for metric profile, and then once you do, let's create our profile right here. I want it to be around 50 by 20, and then from here let's change it up. So let's create some moldings. Here I'm gonna fillet art this. So let's see, fillet art this. And then let's add more. We could edit this line, add some of this concave here, and then trim this out, and this will be the look. So we're going to save this, and then you can put profile number 1 and then save it. Once you save it, you just need to load it into our project, and then now what we can do is we can add it from our 3D. So here, go to drop down, select wall sweep, and then here let's edit this, duplicate. This will be wall profile number 1, and then press OK. And then here under profile, just change the category to profile 1, the one that we just created. And then here, make sure to change your material. I want to use this, but I'm going to duplicate this. So to duplicate, you just need to go here, drop down, and then click duplicate. I want it to be gray, and then from here let's change the color to gray. Click apply and then OK, and then now we have our custom profile and then custom material as well. So press OK, and then now you just need to click horizontal or vertical, and then let's add it from the wall height right here. And as you can see, this looks nice. So we need to keep on adding this. CS, add it here. We want to make sure that this is aligned so that it will basically see that you're trying to do this, and then it will join everything all together. So I want to add this one all throughout. Here, as you can see, we did not put it in the same level. So what I'm gonna do is AL, align it from below, and then now it will be a nice corner right there. So you just need to be patient and just keep on adding it to the corners through all of this. Select that, CS again. Sometimes it takes time. It will snap on each corner. So here we need to add it again right here. It's basically recognizing that the corner or the walls is cut on this area, because as you can see, this is a big wall right here, and then this is a small wall, and now it will notice that it will only go up to here because of this. So that's why it's not all the way around. But still, it will be the same look. It's not something that it will be visible. So select that, and then here, not sure, so it's probably not the same height, but for some reason it's not joining. So sometimes it happens. So we could just deal with that later on. We're trying to join them, but it doesn't let us join them. So I even align it, so for time to time this will happen. Let me try this again. Going to delete that, and still it doesn't let us join it. So UCS just to join everything properly. Make sure to join everything. And then we're here. And there we go. Everything is connected now. And then what we could do is we could try and change the paint, or we could paint split element this. So right now I'm going to change the material, but as you can see, it doesn't let me. So the issue right now is that we're going to have to change this all manually. So I'm gonna show you guys what I'm gonna do, and then you want to make sure that you could do it on all of this so that it will look nice. So here you need to go to modify, click on split element or split face, and then here select the wall, and then from here you will need to get that. So just use line, and then every corner you will need to cut it. So now I'm gonna click finish, and then when I click on paint, that is something that I could select. So for example, marble, I could put this one as marble, and I'm gonna do that all the way around here. So we're going to put a material here as marble, and other way, and then the top is a different material as well. So that's something that we need to do. Here is right there up to right there. Click finish, and then click on paint, and then select that. So I'm gonna do it on this just to show you guys. And then here I'm gonna do it again all the way right here. Same goes there all the way to the yellow line. Here again all the way to the yellow line, and then click finish, click paint, and select that wall. So basically we can select the wall above now to a different material. So just for example, I'm going to select that wall and change it to maybe wood, so oak flooring. So now I could select this and split. So we will need to do that all around here. Right there. So those are different materials right there. So let's finish this up. So split face, select that, and then just select up to the yellow line. Click finish. Let's do it again so that we could change everything all together. And then click finish. Split face again, this one. And then click finish. Split face this part. So everything is repetitive at the moment. but I just want you to practice on this as well, so that in order for you to know the knowledge in regards to split face and using paint, because it's very beneficial, especially if you're trying to present your drawings. This is a quick way of changing materials instead of you manually changing everything that it will take longer to do. So this is something that you can basically do instantly, because if you do this manually, it will take you longer. You will need to go to wall assembly, and then you will need to change everything. And then wall assembly, that will take forever. So now I have everything right here at the meantime, and then I'm gonna click paint. I'm gonna click on the top portion first. Here I forgot to do that, so I'm gonna undo that for now. I'm gonna go back to that one, because those are things that sometimes it's hard to see. So here I'm gonna select that. That's done. This is done. And then let's just go back here. I just want to split face first, this part, so that we don't need to come back there. Click on finish, click on paint, select the one at the top. After that, look for marble again. That's the material that we use below, and then keep on selecting those. And then there you have it. We have everything right here. So I'm gonna do this part of recording, and then once we go back to on the next video, I expect that you guys can do this part, and then we could probably change again the materials above here. So we have a change material here, and we have a change material below again here. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this church. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to do the sweep, wall sweep. I showed you how to create this sweep profile, and then I showed you how to split the wall faces, and then here I continue working on this without recording it, because it's just a repetitive process. So now I did this. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add a different materials on this side. So here we're gonna go to modify again. I'm going to select paint, and then I'm going to use brick common, and then here let's add in the materials for this side. So here, because we already split this one, it's easy to add. And then what we're going to do as well is to add black trims on all of this so that it's not showing anything. It's easier to have it on black so that it looks proper. So here I'm just adding the brick onto this face. You can use your tab in order to cycle if it's not if you're not able to select the desired face. So now what we're gonna do is, as you can see here, it's visible, so I'm gonna use something black, so damp proofing. I'm going to add those on the corners right there. So it will be much nicer to see it on black material. So here I'm just selecting right there. There we go. And then let's look for the ones that we could just add. I want to add it here as well, in the curve right here. There we go. This one is not showing, so that's perfect. And then there. And then let's add this part. That's good. And then this one we need to add on that curve. And to the side. So just use your tab to cycle. Just hover your crosshair and you'll be able to get it. And then we need to finish that off. Then here the curve again, and below that. And I believe this ones are done. I just saw something right here that we need to change again, or just add the marble material. Select that, and there we go. So that's looking good. The next thing I'm gonna do is let's add, so basically let's add the site here. So add the surrounding. I want to add the floors right here, the grass, and then in terms of trees, we're gonna do that in Twinmotion. But I want to add the surroundings, the parking lot. So this is the main area, main entrance. I want the parking lot to be here. This is all grass, but or what we can do as well is this is the elevation is high right here, and then we will have stairs going down here. Parking lot will be below, but that's something that we could do as well. Or here we could have a curve drop zone, and then here we could add the parking lot here. So what we could do is let's go to south elevation. So we have our drawing right here. We're going to add a level, so you can go to our architecture, and then here under datum, level, or you can type in LL. So once you type in your LL, you'll be able to add another level, and here we need to add it as maybe ground. So I'm gonna just use ground, and then this is the level so that we could add in our stairs. And then in terms of how we're gonna use this, I can extend this part so that this will be shown. This will be inclined above, and then beside that are like grass. So here maybe 1500 negative is much better, because this one is too much. I just want to double check in our east elevation, and then here that everything is looking nice. Could just move this one a little bit in the middle, so the midpoint. And then here our vestibule, we could just move this one as well, so that everything is nice. So next thing we're gonna do is we need to go to our site floor plan, knowing that we created our ground now. We could go to massing and site, and then click on topo surface. Here you could change your materials later on. I'm going to do this side first. So here, make sure your elevation is at 0, and then here let's add these points into our building surrounding. So for now, let's add it here, and then negative 600, or let's make it gradual. So there's a gradual decrease here, 200, and then negative 400. It's better if it's gradual so that we could see the concave of that area and it's not too much. 600. And then again 800. So just increments of negative 200. And then negative 1000. And then negative 1200. So to be honest, manipulating your topography is really hard, especially if you envision something that you want to do. But if you just look at what you're accomplishing here, this is significantly good. You just need to gradually decrease the height. Here I'm just going to add a little bit at the top, and then here I could now change. So what I'm gonna do is I could add in more there. So you could edit. So you could edit here, edit surface, go back to site, and then now you could add 0 again, so that there's no gap in between there. Then let's see how it looks. So now it looks much better. There's no gaps there. And then here I like the way it gradually decreases in size. It's very subtle. And then here what we could do is we could have it above here, so a floor, and then it's gonna go concave again. It's gonna go down in circular, and then from there we're going to add the grass. This one will be grass. So this material will be grass, so just type in grass and pull it up like that. Now we have some doors here. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to have a walkway around here. So to do that, I'm going to select this, edit surface. So here what I'm gonna do is sub-region this. So I'm going to select a sub-region from this one. So here I'm going to have it lining up with the door first, and then my path, I want it to be going right here. And then once I decided there, I can use this spline. Let's see if it's gonna connect. Let's see if we're gonna play it. So that's good. We were able to fillet. And then connect it there. So I'm gonna delete that. Another. And then fillet that again. Or we could just manually grab it there. And then we just need to add control. And then here, let's just grab it so that it doesn't look like that. And then click finish. Now it's looking like this. We can change this to concrete material. And then here, once we select it, now it's a concrete. And as you can see, it adheres to the contour of this sub-region or surface, top of surface. So now we just need to do this all the way around, and once we do that, we could do the parking lot right here, and we can have another sub-region here. We could edit from here, edit surface, and then this is the last one, negative. So here we could add another place point, negative 1400. And then I want another negative 400 there, 1400, so that I could have a sidewalk there. So if we see it, there's all of a sudden there is a side of this that is flat again, and we could create another one of this. So now we could just keep on adding. So keep on adding on the surface. We need to start again by placing 0 around the building. So this is all 0 point, and then negative 200, negative 400 here again, gonna increase the area right here, and then negative 600. $800. Negative 1000. You just need to be patient, especially when you're creating this. $1,200. And then negative 1400. Then now let's look at it. So it looks very nice. I like the ground. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 11 of this church. Let's get started. So in the previous video, you were able to start adding this. This is the topo surface. Now we're gonna continue working on this, and I'm going to add some of this boundary lines that are the split face with a different material. So I just want to check here underside if I'm able to create another one without even having this. So it looks like I can. So I'm gonna edit this. Probably going to go to level 1 so that I could see where it is. And then similar to what we did here, I'm just going to add some spline here. And then here I'm just going to add it all the way there. And then another one, same idea. I'm just going to fix that. That's the good thing about spline, is that you can manipulate it afterwards. And then here we're just going to close it off, and then we could deal with that later on in terms of extending it, because we still need to do the closing of this. So here we need to close it off. We need to add the ramp and those kind of stuff. So we'll deal with that later on. As you can see, I'm just doing this for now and then closing it off right here. Maybe I could extend this one right here instead so that it looks much better. So click on finish, and then let's go to site, and then in 3D it will show as well. So I kind of like the curvature of that. And then here we need to now create this ramp. I want a curve ramp here with a probably a different material. And then here I'm gonna wrap this around, so I'm gonna edit that again later on so that we have some pathways there, and then here as well. So here I'm going to select that again, edit surface, and then let's go to site, and then here in site we need to place the point again in 0 elevation first. So we start off with that. I'm gonna start right here, 0. I just wanted to be in the 0 point first. And then now we need to gradually, so for around 400. And then here negative 800. And then negative 1500. And then I usually preview it. So here, as you can see, there's a big concave. I'm going to add a negative portion again around here, a big decrease, but the negative 1500, I'm probably going to extend it now up to here. So I'm going to edit this and then go back to site and then place another point. Like I said, I'm just going to add this and then negative 2000. Negative 2500. And then let's look at it in 3D. So there is a big drop, and then here on this post I'm going to put this one in ground, and then base offset negative, I'm just gonna shoot it at 2000 for now so that it's protruding way down, and at least we could set up right here. So now what I'm gonna do again is edit surface, go to site, and then I believe we got stuck here in negative 2500, and then now maybe we could just put negative 3000 onto our site right here. This is the parking lot. And then let's see how it looks. So now at least this part is flat, and then this one is, I'm going to extend it more. I want a bigger site in terms of the flat area, because after this we could create the surroundings. We can attach a road or some sort. So now, as you can see, it's looking like this. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to fix this. So edit, boundary, go to level 1. And then from here, I'm gonna use this again, the spline. I'm just going to use this to have this one curved. I'm not sure if I could do a trim. So here I cannot do a trim. So I'm probably going to just delete this part, and then I just want to connect them all together. So one big and then here then connect it right here, can access here, and then with this one we could just pull this one right about here, and then let me connect that. This one I'm just gonna handle this right there so that we have a nice curve. Doesn't look perfect, but it's good enough. So here I'm gonna connect this one with probably a curve, and then connect this again. I'm just using my, I just want it to be connected at the end. This one I'm gonna connect all the way. There we go. That is connected. And then let me connect another one. And then here, just connect them both together. There we go. And then you could fix it, change the curvature, fix the gap, if it's too short. So it's easy to manipulate like that. Once you finish, and then as you can see, it looks much better. And then we could just add some bushes right here or some plants. And then here we're going to have the parking. So we're going to connect it right here. Because there's a big drop here. So we're going to have something here to connect them. So let's go back to site. And then split surface again. Select that surface, and then here I'm just going to select the rectangle, and then around here I know that this is flat, so this is the parking lot. So going to add that, and then I'm going to connect them from here. So I'm going to trim that out. This one will be passing right about here. So I'm gonna make sure to have this one at least arced. And then I'm assuming there's the poles here. So somewhere like that. And then another one. And then adding some of that. And then here SL, that's split element, and then just pull it out and connect it. Try to connect it. This one I'm just gonna connect it. So I'm using tab just to connect them. SL again to split this, and then grab it and then pull it there. This one we could just extend again. I'm just looking for the end point. And then here, and then end point. I'm wondering if I could just connect this. So let me go here to the ground. And I'm just going to extend it. So we have this. We can extend this. And then now we could add the exit right here. And then this is the road. then I'm just gonna trim this out. And then we could just extend this later on. And then SL here to break it off, and then just grab it right there to open it up. And then click finish. Split boundary must split in the surface into exact 2 pieces. Okay, show. So I think it's because it's overlapping probably here. So something is overlapping, I believe. It's probably right here. So now I was just experimenting what's going on. I use, instead of spline here, I use start and radius arc, and I created this arc instead. I know it's not perfect, but it did work. I check, so I could just extend it like that, and we have a perfect arc instead of here. And then here it's easy to trim. So after that, I could use this one again to create an arc. And then we could just do a straight here. And then close it off. I'm gonna trim this. And then here I'm going to change and then SL to split both of this, and then just trim. And then after that, change the material, and then here we have the same problem again. I just want to double check all of this, making sure that everything is trimmed. Looks like this one worked. It worked earlier. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to delete this. Trim. So for some reason so I was able to figure out what's wrong. So what I did wrong is that I used split surface instead of subregion. So now I'm stuck with a split surface. Now I could just use sub-region now in order to create that curve. So let me do that. So I'm just going to do this and then move this one a little bit like so, and then do another one. So here we're just going to extend this, extend that, and then I just need to join this all together. And then here, even though we go past it, it will not show. There we go. Click finish. This one is just over a bit, and then click finish. And if we see it in 3D, it will look like that. I could edit this so that we could just go above here, and then we could just edit this part, edit boundary, and then let's just move this one a bit like that. So this one, it doesn't let us go over, so but that's fine. This one looks nice anyway. And then here we could add in another sub-region. So just create another sub-region, rectangular right here, and then just connect it like that. And then you could just go over. And then just trim it. And then SL, trim it again. And then if you see it, this will look like that. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 12 of this church. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the parking lot, and then we extended everything, the sub-region, and then here we have added the curve and then the road. So now we're gonna continue working on this. I think for me, I would like to add just a stairs here, just a simple one. Maybe I'm just going to use model in place in order for me to manipulate it more. So here I'm just going to choose generic model. So here let's go to site, and then from here I'm going to do an extrusion. I'm going to connect it here so that we have something connected here. I know there's still an inclined, and then from this I'm gonna create the stairs. So for now I'm going to change this material to concrete again. So I'm just gonna choose maybe this one, and then click apply, and then click finish, and then I want to look at it in 3D, and then here I'm just gonna manipulate this by adding it like that. So here we have the good thing about using this is that we can manipulate it more. As you can see, it's easy to manipulate, extend, or those kind of stuff. So after that, I'm gonna create another one. It will be another extrusion, and then we're going to add it right about here. Click finish again, see it in 3D, and then just keep on adding it like so. So I'm just eyeballing how it looks now, and then from here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna align it from this face to this face to know that this is already aligned there, and then align it on the sides, and then here on the side here. So it's easy to manipulate it going forward or like that. So again, go back to site, click on create, extrusion, and then use rectangle to just manually add those, and then go back to 3D to select it again, align it to the bottom, and then align it to the side, and then just pull it down, and eventually we'll be able to have it here. So let's quickly add this one again so that we could do more stuff. So here 3D, I'm gonna align it again, AL, again here on the side, and then here, and then let's pull it back because it's already showing that, and then here, and then I want to extend it more. I think one more would be enough. And then here we could just extend this one a little bit, extend this part as well, just to even it out. And then let's create one more. rectangle around here. See it in 3D, AL. And then on the side. And then you manually add those. And then probably gonna extend it here. And maybe one more of this. So let's try and just copy this. And as you can see, we're able to copy this. And then AL on the bottom. And then here, what we could do is we could just blend it all together right there. And then now we could just extend this right here. So I like the form of here. What we could do is we could just extend it a bit more so that everything is looking like that. And the way it looks nicer. Then extend it here. So now I'm gonna click finish. I want to create a starting point. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to ground, and I'm going to take my camera right here. So go to drop down camera, and then this view probably is the best. We're gonna be able to see something like that, the way it moves. And then here, realistic, and we have our church right here. And then in order for us to select this one as our starting point or our starting view, we need to go to, I believe it's manage, and then starting view. I want to choose this. This is view number 1 or number 2. So every time we open, this will be the view that we're gonna be seeing. So here we can have it like that. Click save, and then now we're gonna create our sheets. So we need to go to sheets, right click, new sheet. A0 is already here. If you need a different title block size, we have different sizes right here. So for now, I'm gonna use A0. Click on open, and we have this. So I could change this to church. Owner is ACD. This is the cover sheet. And then you could put all of this information right here. We can attach this one. And then here, actually, what we could do is we could save this as an image or render this. So render, we could render this, and then what we have, we could render this as draft, and then just render it like this for now. It will take some time, and once we're done, we will be able to save that, and then we can add it to our cover sheet. So I'm gonna pause it right here. So once it's ready, you can save it to the project, and then this will be the view. So it will be right here. So look for, so it, once you save it, there will be another rendering view here. We can then go here to our cover sheet, and then after that just drop and drag. Here I'm gonna select no title, and then here what we could do is we could make this one bigger if we want to, but I believe because this is a view, this is the largest that it can go, unless we render this and save it as an image. So what we can do is we could double click here. Let's render this. So render this again. It will be fast. And then here let's export this one, and then just add this one to our file. After we add that to our file, go to the location that you have, and then here we could insert an image, and then select that. You can drop it here, and then from here we could extend this. As you can see, we'll be able to extend this part. It's much better. Then I want to create some schedule. So we need to create our schedule by going here to schedule, new schedule, or sheet list. I want sheet name and sheet number, and then press OK. We need to put it right here on this side, so you need to click that and then press OK. Now we have this sheet list. It will be right here now, and then what I want to do is to just drag it right here on this side. Now once we add more sheets, so duplicate this. So here it's not able to duplicate, so you just need to go to the sheet again, click that. We're gonna keep on adding, and then keep on adding here. And then once we added enough, as you can see, it will be updated here. So we have our sheet number and then sheet name, and then we can extend this if we want to, so that we have a much better look of our sheet list. So selecting this now, you can change the name right here if you want to, or you could just double click here, and then here you'll be able to change your number. I'm just gonna leave the number like this. So here, this will be your first floor. Okay, so now I'm going to go to my, or we could put this one as site plan. Okay, so site plan, and then here will be first floor. Press OK, and then site plan. Let's just drop and drag this. This is our site plan. As you can see, it's really big, so you need to go to the site, and then we need to change this into 1:500. Go back again to the sheet and then check it out if it's good enough, or we could just need to change it again. Maybe 1:200 would be good enough. After that, go back again, drag and drop. I think this is good enough. What we could do now is we could go here, clean this up, and then here I'm just going to move this a little bit so that it could fit into our image right there, or in our sheet. And then as you can see, it is possible to fit. So I'm just gonna edit this again and then just change it like that. We can put shaded or consistent color if we want to. So we're just gonna leave it like that. And then now go back to the sheet, move it like so. Here you can select that, you can move it like that. And then you need to select again to the view so that you'll be able to drag this. Okay? And then now let's go back to our first floor. Knowing that that's 1:200, let's see our first floor. So level 1, we have it at 1:100. Let's try and add those. 1:100. This is looking good right here. What we could do is select that and then fix this. Then come here again. We could create a roof plan, and then our roof plan, so go to the sheet. For the first floor, it's still saying level 1. In order for us not to change this, but just to change the naming on that, what you need to do is you just need to go to the sheet, press escape, and then here what we could do is select the view, and then here view name is level 1, but here title on the sheet you can change that without changing all of those. So now it will be called first floor. Same thing we're gonna do with our roof plan, because we don't want to change this. So here everything is showing on our level 3. So in our, I'm gonna drop level 3 on my roof plan. And then after that, roof plan, copy that, select this view again, and then just paste it right here. And then after that, select that. So now we have our roof plan as well. And then we could do our elevation right here. Press OK, and then another elevation right here. So let's go to A105 first. Let's drag east first. And then here in east, as you can see, it's too much. So what we need to do is we need to double click on east again, clean it up by selecting all of this, and then dragging those like that. And then you could drag this out as well so that it's more visible. And then here, go back to elevation, and then we need to fix this. So here, selecting the view again to grab that. And then we have north, and in terms of our north, we need to go back to north again, clean those up, and then drag this so that it's more visible and everything fits. You can even drag this out and then drag this one up like so. And then let's just go here and let's just fit everything perfectly. We don't need to show this much, so I'm just making it a lot better. And then now press escape, select that title, select the view again in order to drag this one out. Oops. So like that, and then north and east. And then we're gonna select 106, but before that, let's go to the south. Let's fix this before we drag it in so that it's easier for us. And then west as well. Let's clean those up. And then now go back here and just drag those. And then there we go. And then select this so that this is aligning there, and then this one as well. And then we can print this now. So select this, select print, select your printer. You now need to select this, and then select this one to combine them, or else it will be separate PDF each. Select here, uncheck this, and then check all. You can save this as full set. Press OK so that if you ever need to print it all of a sudden, at least you know it's already checked. Sometimes you need to put, like for example, revision 1, but you only need certain amount. You can save that again for revision 1, and then it already been checked. So you can basically choose and set those presets already. So here I'm just saving this or printing this, and then let's see how it looks. So I'm just going to go to church, here, Revit file, and then save this, and then I'm going to open this, and then here is the look. So we have all of that, elevation, roof plan, site plan, to all the information. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 13 of this church. Let's get started. In the last video, we were able to finish up our site plan, which consists of topo surface and subregion. Now we're ready to send it to Twinmotion. But before that, we need to clean up something. Like for here, we need to make sure that this is fine. And then here, we could just put it in hidden line. And then after that, click on Save. And then click on your Twinmotion plugin. And then select See in Twinmotion. So let it synchronize. It will open Twinmotion. And let's wait for that. So once it's finished synchronizing and transferring the data, here we're going to click on New Project and then press OK. And then it will synchronize again and it will receive the data and we're going to see our model. So now let's circle around and let's see our model. And then here we have our model created. And then what we have to do is let's click on this starting ground. So once we click the starting ground, so let's click on the scene graph to click on the starting ground. It will have this widget. And then we just need to pull it down so that we have our site plan right here that we created. And as you can see, it looks nice. And we have a subtle increase in the elevation. And then we need to save this. So click on File and then save as to the location that you want to. So here I'm just going to put in church. And then let's save this. And then now click back on File and then sign in to Epic Games. So once we're signed in, now we could click on this library, the burger menu, and then here what I usually go to is to click on material and then here glass and then two-sided, and then here we need to increase opacity and then here make it dark a little bit. We can increase it more if you want to, and you can make it dark. So it's up to you to how you want it. I want this one to stay as aluminum. So right now I know that this is aluminum for sure. So I'm happy with that. So here, this is a default materials. So we're gonna leave it like that for now. And then here, what we have is an overlapping. That's why it's looking like that. What we can do is we could go back if we want to in Revit and then just fix the block. But for now, let's add in more material. So here, let's go back to library and then let's go to Quixel Megascan and then surface, and then here that's why we signed in earlier so that we could add in the materials that we want to. Here the one thing that I want to go to is the stone, and then we have some castle here. So if we want to, we could add in the castle texture. We have floors here, And then what I'm looking at is this one. Maybe this one looks nice, so we could double check that and then add it here instead of brick. Let's see how it looks. So that looks nice actually, but I would love to add it instead of the marble right here. So I'm gonna undo that and then click on right there. So that looks nice there. And then here, let's choose another surface stone. It's either we're gonna stick on a stone or a brick. Let's look at it. This one, stack stone. This one has a nice texture as well, so that looks proper. So that's something that we could look at. Another here is decorative stone, which is this one, slate stone, and then pattern stone. So there's a lot of stone here that is really nice. This one, decorative tiles facade. Let's look into this. I kind of like the white horizontal thingy right here. This one looks nice actually. So right now I'm just gonna leave it like that. It adds a lot of layering here. That's why I kind of like it. Also, let's move this one down a little bit more. Okay. And then here we could add, or let's undo that again, so that we could add more here. There, that's good enough. Then we have our road here, and then we need to add some trees right here at the back. What I want is the roof surface now. I want to see what kind of roof we can add here. Here's some roofing. Let's add in some old look. So here we could try this one, and then this one, this dark one. Some roof tile will be nice as well. So here, this one is a long shot, but I don't like that. This is actually much better. I'm just going to increase the scale a bit, and then here what I wanted to do is, so we have this pattern right here, but here we could add in a different pattern, and then this pattern should align with what we have right here. So I'm just gonna add this for now, and then later on we're going to clean that up. Okay, so at least we have the roof. I think that's good enough. And then here I would like to add something different. I want some wood surface here, so maybe we could add in some plank. maybe a light one would be good, or a dark. So actually a stone is much better here, although I'm liking how it looks overlapping, but still it's not something that I usually see in my in any church that I've been to. So I'll probably just add in a stone again. So here, let's look into this, a different pattern or something different again. So I just want to look into that. Here's some wall. Let's look into this. Granite, limestone. I want to check in on the Twinmotion material though. I'm more used to some of this, that maybe this one would see a nice flow. Although I could darken it a little bit and then increase this. So at least we still have some separation. This is my favorite stone. I know this one is, of course, I like it more, but the thing is, it's not something that I see usually. So let's try to make it this one for now. And then here we could add in some wood material. So let's go back here and then look for wood, and then we could just add in the wood that would be good enough for this. And then I believe the way I did this is on the other side, so I'll probably need to go back. So here I'm just adding this. So I'm just going to go back here in my Revit, and then here let's go to number 1. I'm just going to flip this because it's showing. Then go back here, save this first, and then see in Twinmotion. So now at least this one looks good. I know the doorknob is not showing, but that I think this one needs to be fixed as well. So go back to level 1 and then just flip this for now. I know it's not the right orientation, but just to see it and then fix this. So I'm happy with the way it looks. I will add in the same materials right here to this, and then we have the two-sided also here into this. I like this one already, except for the one right here, so we could just add that. And then decrease the reflectivity of that. And then now let's add in the materials for this one. So let's just go back here and then click on maybe material and then ground and then man-made, and then let's add this. So we could add in an asphalt here or a concrete, then right here concrete as well, and then same here, that goes here. So at least everything is according to that. Right here I'm gonna make this one dark a little bit. Oops, cancel that. There we go. Then there, that is looking very nice. Here let's add in the metal material. So material again, metal, and then here maybe we could just select this. This is already in aluminum, so make it dark. So that's how. So it depends on you if you want to make it dark, but I like it dark so that everything pops out. There we go. So everything looks nice, looks proper. And then obviously we're going to make this one site, and then our images will be probably looking like this, and then on the other side as well. So now what I'm gonna do is, let's go back to the library, and then here HDR environment, and then let's do outdoor. I want to check which outdoor HDR environment should we use so that we could see what is the best like the temperature of the skies and those kind of stuff. So here I'm just gonna use this for now, just to gauge. Let's go back here under settings, lighting, and then here dynamic style, backdrop HDR. Let's see. So dynamic scar, rendering, exposure. Let's try this. And then here we could add in. So I'm gonna add in this one for now and see if I like how it looks. What we could do is, so this one is the look. If we add this, obviously we're gonna take this out so that it doesn't look like that. It would look nicer. And then here, this one looks good actually, the way it looks. Obviously we could rotate this a little bit. I would like to have something small at the back, or even the sky, and then we could just intensify this, and then obviously the exposure so that it will look nicer and more vibrant. We could try something else as well. I like the background of that. And let's see others. This one, urban courtyard. We we could add that as well, just to see if it will fit on the environment that we want to. So here, let's just wait on that. And then here, it's done. Let's add it here. Sorry, not this one. Here, and there's sky dome. And then let's add this one right there. Let's see how it looks. So here, this is how it looks. So this one is it's too near, basically. So this is something that it's not good to add. This is a rooftop. This is a ground. So something that is not proper to our model here. This one can be, but this is a bridge, so it's something that roofless ruin, residential garden. So probably just going to just use that one, the one that we added earlier, the first one. I think that's the nicest of all of them, with the background of the city. So let's go back here and then just add this Joburg Central Sunset. And then as you can see, and then here under settings, go to location, and then on the background we need to change this to none, so that for the background we don't see that anymore. And then here we could have this background here. As you can see, this looks nice. What we can do is just rotate it a little bit. So setting, rendering, sorry, not rendering, lighting, more, and then rotate it. So probably like that. Maybe that is a nicer view right there. And obviously we're going to add more of the background here and then intensify this to make it look nicer. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this church. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to import this from Revit to Twinmotion. Now we're gonna continue working on this. We're going to add the grass. So the easiest way to adding grass, especially if you specify all the grass portion already, and it's gonna be easy for us to do, is by just going to content and then using vegetation scatter, and then from here you choose your grass, and then after that select here, and then here you just need to click the scatter add and then select the grass portion. And here, as you can see, it keeps on adding the grass. And then if you look here, everything within the grass is being added. I know in the farther away it's not showing some grass, that's just from your graphics card. So how it renders it instantly in real time. But as you can see, everything is with grass. And then here we just need to just keep on adding that. You can add in some clover, and then here just select it there just to add in some clover, and then some weed, and then some tall grass. I want to add some tall grass as well. So that's an easy way of adding those. And as you can see, it gives some character to our site here. And then another tall grass just to change it up a bit. There we go. And then all throughout we have some grass. Maybe this portion we shouldn't add. I don't like the look of it. It just looks, but it looks nice actually. I kind of like it. And then some buttercup. Here I'm just gonna drag this. Let's see and add this. There we go. And all throughout this one got added. And then obviously I think it's the best if we could just add in some rocks to this portion here. So I'm gonna add in some rocks right here. That is like that. I'm gonna add some rocks as well in this area. So just those little bit of rock, it will create some character, and it will just change it up a little bit, not entirely, but at least it will give this some elevation. Here I'm just gonna add it, and then just adding those up in some portion. And then here probably one here. So the grass is good. Now let's add in some trees. For the trees portion, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to content, and then I'm going to do vegetation paint so that I could control where the location of those trees. I'm gonna choose trees that are small, medium, and large. So I'm gonna just keep on adding the trees that I like. I like trees that are bulky and will change. And then here I'm just adding small, medium, and large, like I said. So now I added all of that. Select all of them by holding shift, and then increase density. And then here I'm going to select this. I could change in the diameter. I'm probably going to add more right on this area so that it will change up, and then just cover up some of my my background right there. So I'm just adding those up, and then I'll probably add something as well on the other side of this, so here in this area, and then I'm probably going to increase it. So here, just the background right here, and then I'm gonna increase it now so that it goes around here, and I will have some coverage. So I'm gonna hit on number 5 so that it won't give me any problem maneuvering, and then I could feel my project getting heavier. So here I'm just going to add, and then I'm gonna press escape multiple times, and then probably here I'm gonna add in some smaller trees. So I need to go back here, vegetation pane, and then add in some small trees so that it doesn't cover much of my my view here. So once we create our view, everything is still visible. So just adding those, and then I'm gonna do the same thing. So here there is an image right here of a person, so that's how you can say that, or you can picture how big is the trees that are showing right here. So that's how I view that this will be big or small in terms of that size. So I'm gonna select that again, holding on shift, selecting one, and then holding on shift on the other, density up, click here, and then make this diameter short enough that I could just cover anything that I want to right here. And then I'm gonna add some right here. I'll make this one right there, and just to cover some stuff right here. And then once I'm done, I'm probably going to add some trees that just for background, the hand-picked ones, and make it bigger a little bit, so something like that. So random trees, small or big, I'm just going to add for that part. And then here I could select this and then just add random areas of this part. And then after that, so once I'm good with this, so we could just have this views right there. We can even change it up once if it's on our way. And then after that, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to my Quixel Megascan. We have some 3D assets right here that we could add in, or I believe it's under materials now, or objects. We could have here city, and then let's just check whatever we have here. We could add some benches, so some random benches on the side here. We could basically add a lot in terms of furniture, so living room, decorations, I'm looking at something that I added, so backyard stuff, maybe accessory. So here's some sunshades, we could add that, something like that. Here, this is a bigger one, so maybe this will make it look nice here. So something that we could add, this one as well, we can add it here. So something like that. So I'm happy with that. We could add in some city, yes, like I said, some benches. I'm gonna add a bench right here. So just additional stuff like that. And then here we can add this. or anything like bollards, trash can. I'm gonna add it right here. I'm just going to quickly fix this. So like that, it looks nicer. It hides the background. So we can make this one smaller if you want to, so that just to change it up. Or we could put it on the side. So that's how we could manipulate this. So this one looks nice in terms of view. You can see the background. We can even move the background a little bit on the side if we want to. In terms of parking, what we can do now is add in some parking lines as well. I believe we could add it in terms of decals. Looking at the decal portion, I believe it's under object and then decals right there. So we could add in informations like this, line markings. Here we could just add a line mark 90 degrees. So I'm just gonna rotate this 90. And what I can do is I'm just gonna make it bigger. Size, not the size, but I want to make it opacity, and then here I'm just going to change it. So before we could just extend it here, but as you can see, it's not something that you can here, like length. Now we could add it in width. So here I'm just going to add it like that. I was just wondering how come it's like this. So maybe I just need to maybe because this is still inclined there, it's not showing, but this is the flat area of the, so I'm not sure how come it's not showing. So I'm just going to redo it. Let's see if we could do it again. So 90. And then here in size, let's add the width. Here, just adding like that. And then the opacity is still not working here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna add in the parking space. At least it's this is something that I could just add, and obviously something that is I will need to add in the space itself. Parking lot here, that's the only problem I'm having, because we have a different different elevation on some of this, so that's the only thing that I'm bothered now, because that's something that will not be visible. So what I'm gonna do instead is I'm just going to make a rainy day, or just a finished rainy day image, and then let's just add cars around this lot. I think that will at least change it up a bit. Just gonna quickly add this right here, different cars in terms of color, depends on you. And I'm just going to add it randomly as well. And then here I'm just going to rotate it 90 degrees to this side. So just keep on adding. You can after that you could just rotate one of them just to change it up a bit. As you can see, that's the only thing that I don't like, because it doesn't look nice now because of how it is. But that's something that we could just deal with. It's not aligned. So in terms of parking, I'm just going to do this. And there's just keep on adding. And then I'm gonna create another line here and give it more gap. So this is helping me a lot. It's rotating itself depending on the location that I put, so that's a good thing. And let's just change some of the colors right here. It was consistent with white earlier. Okay. So I'm happy with this. This is probably the view that one of the views that I'm gonna take. We're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 15 of this church. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add the grass, and we also added the trees right here and the parking lot. Now, I'm just going to go here under my settings, and then here, click on weather. Like I said, I'm probably going to have this like an after effect of a rain, and then here I could just, you can see the rain effect, and obviously we just want some patches of rain. So something like this, and the puddle of rain will increase the look. Probably going to remove this, so I'll probably just will add this one right here, and also this one. I'm just going to quickly remove this from here. I'm gonna add in a very small, or just leave it like this, so that I could have this one like so right here. And then also I'm going to add just a simple building here, something that it will just leave it like that, just for this sign. And then just add it like that right there. That looks nice. I'll probably just move this one a little bit, right, that, and then this first one I'll move it from afar, so that looks nice, like so. So one of the image will be somewhere right here. And then it will overlook the church. And then here, probably just going to remove this. And then we also have something right here. Something like that. I'll probably going to check the lighting right here. I'm going to increase the light a bit. The white balance, sun intensity, and then ambient. And then let's go back here, and then camera, make sure parallelism is on, visual effects, color gradient, and then here just change it to blue tint, and then here we could just go back right here, and then the color contrast, and then saturation. So those are my settings. You can copy that if you want to. I think around 155 is good with all those changes. And obviously we're going to showcase the church right here. So this is probably my first image right here. I'm probably going to move this one a little bit. So location, or not location, lighting, and then here I'm going to rotate this one like that. And I'll just make that one consistent for now, so that it doesn't interfere with our view right here. And then go to media, and then here I'm just going to create this image right there. Obviously you can still maneuver and change the look if you want to. So once you change the look, always refresh so that it will stick with that. Obviously we're gonna render this with the path tracer on. I'm going to change this to low first, low, so that we could see it immediately how it looks, and also we could change in the exposure and the lighting. So for now, this is the look. We could increase the ambient and then the sun intensity a bit. Just going to change this gradually. I think that one is perfect. I want to showcase right there is good. So after this, make sure again to refresh, and then if you want to turn it on and save the same settings, what you can do is you could just have it like that. I'm probably going to move this one just a little bit on the side so that I can still showcase the front of this church, the front look. I think the angle is not good enough, so here I'm just going to showcase it by having a staircase right there. And then go back here, image, and then create that image. Again, let's go back here, change the lighting. I think that's still good. What you can do is render it immediately like that, and once you're happy, make sure to put it back. Put it in high again, and then here put this one back there so that you can move instantly. Let's have it in this image. It's good as well. And then I'm just gonna create it like that. Turn that on, and then turn this on. Here you can change it a bit if you lower this. So once you lower, you can maneuver instantly with the look, and then make sure to refresh it, and just put it back in high, and then click here so that you can go and change the view again. So different views if you want. I want to showcase this. So the whole church, like so. And then click on create again. Make sure to go back here and then click on that so that it will register that you want it to be with path tracer once you have it ready. Here I'm probably going to change this again to low because I want to increase the height here. Go back to image again because I mistakenly pressed that one, and then here I could just have this one. Okay, so just don't forget to press this, refresh, and then click here, high, and then here again I want to change this look. So we have all of this. Just thinking of another look. Obviously we have this view, and also this view. I just want to see put this one in the main point of view, so I'm just going to restart that. I think I'm just going to do 4 image and all of them path tracer, and then here I'm gonna turn this off. We're going to add I'm going to add this one, the video. I'm gonna create a video right here. So I'm gonna start here and then go in front. That will be 4 seconds. And then change of view. Another new video part. Going forward like that. Another 4 seconds. So let's review this. And then here we could just add an aerial view circulating view part. So here I'm just going to circulate it. 10 seconds will be good enough. And then this view for 4 seconds or 3 seconds, and then here add it again, and then go up. Not too high, probably. Going to do it 3 seconds as well. And then here, probably going to add right here. I'm just going to have this three seconds. Four seconds. And then here probably 2 seconds right here. And then here I'm just going to go above and going out. That will be 3 seconds. So I'm just gonna leave it like that. It's probably looking like this. That looks good enough for me. Usually what I do is I'm going to rename this, or duplicate this first and then rename this first as show reel, and then the other one is renamed as shorts, and then after that I click on more, and then change it to a different format, which is custom, and then this one should be 700, and the height should be just 1000. And then okay. And then after that, as you can see, we just need to review this. As you can see, it's too far. So I'm going to redo this. So now it will be faster, I believe. And then here as well. That's fine. I liked the way it looked. And that's it. So I'm happy with the way it looks. Now I'm just gonna quit media. Make sure to save it first. So once you finish saving, I can see that some of them I need to clean up. So here, I'm just going to click on vegetation, and I don't want this one. Obviously this is something that is really hard to do, but still you need to do. It's not showing, it's not cleaning up properly right here, but you can just do whatever you can do, and from that point you just need to go to export. You can select all. As you can see, this one, we need to go back to content, image here, and then select that one. Make sure that this is all high. So it looks like everything is on high. And then here, just go back. Multiple is already checked. You can do the video first, or you could do them all together. You need to save it again first, because there's such big chance of it crashing. So save it first, and then after that just click on start export, and it will render. So depending on how fast is your GPU, your graphics card, that's how it will render it. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.